Thursday morning. Just after 7 a.m. Pacific. Just as I was getting the stream started, I just marked off this what appears to be a big range for the day so far. So pretty interesting. Had a very slow grind up in the overnight and sold it all off in 15 minutes at the open. Now it's trying to make its way back up. Interesting. 50 just crossed the 200 here. Right in the middle of the bigger range. I know what's been working for me to get wins is to just wait, be patient, and take my trades when I'm seeing the context clearly and get a setup in the direction that fits the context. So just going to be patient, do what I've been doing that's been working. It's been a slow process as far as building up profit. I'm up 825 on this account. And I'm still down $80 from starting balance on this account. So I'm only taking one small trade on PA13, so $30 there. So it's a slow process, but it's getting me wins. So I'm just gonna stick with it. Not too much to say about this market yet. I mean, it still seems like there's potentially some more room to the downside if it wants to. But looking at the daily chart, I don't really see any true catalyst for like a strong move up necessarily. We're up 0.5%, 105 points right now. But it's just an inside bar currently, very early. On the 60-minute, you can see that range pretty clearly. On the 15, pretty much the same. So not really a whole lot to see from other time frames right now. On the 2-minute, have a new low, first entry, second entry, failure, but didn't really get too far so far. And on the 2-minute, you can see everything's just sideways. So that's what I'm kind of expecting for the day, or at least a chunk of it. Looks like it's 2 legs here. Maybe that's why it's reversing. Just a whole lot of nothing to react to right now, just sideways. Bollingers are tightening up, so expecting a bulge. I would think going back to the top, since looks like a pretty healthy range so far. Interesting, this 200 is just so flat. Seems like it's acting as some sort of resistance right there. So maybe we're coming back to the bottom. Yo, Gary, how are you today? How it goes. Gary says all is well. How about you? Yeah, all good here. Just getting started. I think I signed on just 10 or 15 minutes ago. And yeah, nothing notable. Did you get your trades in already? Gary says, yeah, mostly done. I hope it's a good thing. Consistency continues. Gary says, just waiting to see if there's anything else. Cool. It's been pretty sideways since I got started. I basically started somewhere around here. So. I know you watch the 5 minute, so let me take a look at that. 5 minute. Looks a little bit more interesting, actually. Gary says he's got 5 payouts approved, so trading those accounts again. Nice. Congrats, congrats. Let's see. It's kind of like first entry, second entry failure on the 5 minute. Kind of can see clearly, a little bit more clearly, why we reversed a bit here. Looks a little clearer than the 1 minute. Hey Gary, I had a couple questions for you. One thing I'm curious is how many contracts you trade. And do you always stick with the same amount of contracts, or do you change it up? Gary says same amount, but I do one add to the negative. So DCA once per account per trade if needed. The 50Ks I started with one contract, then add if needed. Cool, cool. Okay. And then how do you handle, since you DCA once, I imagine that means you don't have a stop in place when you first enter. Is that how you do it? And then do you add a stop after you enter a second time if you have to? I mean, if after you add, do you add a stop in at that point, or how do you manage your trade, or do you just exit if it keeps going against you? Gary says the 250Ks I started with 5 contracts, then add if needed. Curious how you handle your stops though. Because like, what's your, do you have a mental stop? I guess that's what I wonder when people DCA. Okay, so Gary says that's correct. No hard stop. I manage based on levels. So if I enter and it goes against me, I will add where I think support will be. If it ends up not being support, I exit. Got it. Very good. Very good, very good. And you'll DCA, so when it goes against you, you'll add. Do you ever add when it's going in your favor? And do you, I guess my follow-up question would be, do you scale out when it goes in your favor, or do you take everything off at once? Gary says I usually have around 4 support levels per trade in both directions, depending on my bias and movement. All right, so you've kind of already got it marked out where you believe your support levels are. Gary says I will add when it goes in my favor most of the time. Yeah, because I bet that's what really can amplify your wins and get you the bigger P&Ls on single trades, right? I'm just taking it in. Yeah, I've just been thinking about different ways I can, try to add things to the way I trade. So I appreciate you sharing with me. It's all helpful. Gary says, I will only scale if I DCA because if I'm right in my support level, then it'll be a bigger profit because of the support. Yeah, right. I got that. That makes sense. Let's put that there and see what happens here. So 2 legs up, basically looking at 2 legs down. On the 5-minute. First entry, second entry long, failure. $141 tick bar. Gary says might push lows here. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm expecting to. And then we'll see what happens from there. And considering it couldn't get back to the highs again, it might not be a healthy range. We'll have to see here. Or it might just be a double test of the bottom. Here he says 190s maybe, but we've tested lows twice already. Yeah. Like I said, I don't know if you were here yet, but I said I wouldn't be surprised if we go lower because we got more room to go lower on the daily candles, daily chart. So wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, because I wouldn't be surprised at all to tag the lower Bollinger, or yeah, this low Bollinger here, or the trend line, or the support level. So that's quite a ways down that there's potential for. 175 points. Which is interesting because the range is 136 points. So I wouldn't be surprised to see 136 points down. We'll see. Yeah, so there's 136 points down. I think that's entirely possible. But we'll see, because it could just be a failed breakout too. So let's see if it comes back up here and tries to break back in, if it gets rejected again or not. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Oh no. You took a trade there. Were you just trying to play the support for a long? Sorry to hear it, brother. Yeah, support. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, there's a reasonable expectation to, at the very least, get another bounce there, even if it doesn't actually pivot. You would think you'd get some kind of move up off that level before it just crashes through it. But this time it didn't do that. Oh no. Gary says just blew those 5 accounts. Sorry, bud. Were those accounts, were those the ones you just got payouts on? Were the drawdowns lower? Available drawdown? Yeah, I'm curious, do you have like past evaluations ready to go, or does that mean you'll have to 37 in each? Oh man. Yeah, sorry to hear that. Do not have past evals. So when this happens for you, what do you do? Do you try to just start evals and replace them as soon as possible, or what's kind of your game plan on that end of things? And then how do you handle evaluations? Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I feel you. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Gary says he'll probably go for the 250s. Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense to go for the 250s right now with the promotion they're running, right? It's $40 for the evaluation. It's basically the same price as a 50. And if you pass, one-time $85 fee, lifetime. It's a better deal than the 50. The 50, I just, on these last, on all of them, I paid $140 for the lifetime fee. So it kind of makes sense. The only thing is, it's just, for me anyways, it's a lot harder to pass the 250. The 50s I can pass pretty reasonably right now. Just going big contracts, and it takes me a few days, but I could do it in like 3 trades pretty much, just doing max contracts. Yeah, I've toyed around with that idea of just buying at support levels, and you just expect like a little, at the very least a little bounce and take my scalp. But in my my testing of that, doing it that way, it's like it works until it doesn't. Like, it's actually, for me, I couldn't find a way to do it where I had a high probability. And what I noticed is kind of like what happened to you today. It's like the one time it doesn't work and it just falls right through like that, it can be a real killer. Unless you just have like an arbitrary small stop in place to just keep the loss small if it doesn't work. But then I would try that, and then the problem with that is like sometimes it would stop you out just to end up working anyway. So I just couldn't figure out a way to make that style of trading work for me, although I see a lot of people trade that way and they're very successful. So and like there'd be like days where I'd test where I'd be like hugely successful, but then I'd crash and burn on other days, so I just stopped trading that way. But I mean, I see so many people be very successful trading that way, so it's, yeah. And it's kind of why I like using the bars as like confirmation of a direction. But it obviously eats into the margin of how much profit I can get trading that way. So far, just not seeing anything even close to a trade I would take. We're already at that, or getting close to that 136 points I talked about, which is just the width. The width of the range. So just measuring that out, that's what this little dashed blue line is. 136 points down, which on the daily is saying I wouldn't be surprised if it comes back down here. So it looks like that lines up with the first bottom Bollinger. Could still be another potential 40, 50 points below that even, I think, to get to the trend line and the support level. And even further if it goes to the outside Bollinger, which is not really likely, but possible. So still some downside left even after this, possibly. So almost already a perfect measured move, just barely shy. So what I'm hoping is that we find some sort of bottom around here. Yeah, right around this Bollinger. The thing is that I really do suspect it's coming back down to this level, which lines right up with the trend line. Well, the trend lines can be deceiving, so I don't usually like to draw trend lines because it could be more like that. You know, it's like you just adjusted the slightest bit and it could already be there. So we'll see what happens, but it's a possible place where we could find a bottom. But I'm not going to rule out that can go further too, so we'll see. And just looking at it, still another 110 points to this level right here. So I wouldn't rule that out. But this is a level on the hourly too that I had marked out. And I suppose there's one more. One more here. Which had almost touched that already too. That's the 15-minute. 5, I mean, still looks very bearish. Got these nice clean legs that I've already gone beyond the leg on that. So I want to see what happens at this level here. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to have to go help get my daughter up. get her going this morning. So we got about 10 minutes and then I'll take a break. I'm not going to take her to school today, I don't think, so should only be maybe 15 or 20 minutes, hopefully. It's a big bar, 94 tick bar. Yeah, the ATR is still at 89 ticks, almost 90 ticks. What's going on here? Okay, so I went right through that. So let's see what happens around the breakout area. Here's the previous day close too. Which is something I wasn't even thinking about before, but yeah, we had closed the gap. So that was something else to keep in mind when Gary took his long. It was actually making a move to close the gap. I hadn't even been thinking about that yet, but it's always something to be aware of, the gap to the previous day close. He tried a couple times, couldn't get there. Only got halfway up the range and then went for it. And that might have been something to have in mind for Gary to stay out of that trade if you have that on your chart. It's a strong move up after it basically reached the measured move. So this will be a key area. What happens at the breakout area? Potential for that. going to be a second entry short being triggered right here. I'm not looking for a short. Didn't trigger. The reason I'm not looking for a short here is just I don't like to trade into the previous day close levels. But this is kind of the area where you do expect to see potentially rejection. I've also got this potential trend line. So just drawing this to make sure I don't get caught up in something I shouldn't be in. Because it is an area where you would think to really consider shorting somewhere around here. At least I would. Maybe if this makes a new high and rejects down, but even then I'd want like a lower high or something like that probably. This did push pretty strongly up through the midline of the Bollinger, so it's another reason for me to not be thinking short at the moment, whether it works or not. No setup for a short anyway, so far. It looks like that just triggered the second entry. There's no setup there. It's an inside bar. All right, probably any trade is off the table for me right now because I have to go get my daughter up. I was kind of hoping the way that I had that trend line drawn, I was kind of hoping it was when this formed, I was kind of hoping that this would kind of like go up and then reject down, and that it would close below the previous day close, and I would be able to take it to this level, but it didn't play out like that. And honestly, the way this shot up, it's really the setup I like for a long on a failure of this, but the nature of how this SMA is running right now, I'm being very careful trading into those. And if this were to close above the previous day close, but close below it, I mean, it's looking like it's rejecting the the breakout area right now, but the trade that I've been liking lately would be for a long if it ticks above one of these bars. But I'd have to do it now off of the midline. So if this ticks above, I mean, I like the trade except for the SMA. So I just want to wait and see what happens with this, and then I gotta go get my daughter. Doesn't look like it's even gonna happen. Maybe. So let's see what happens if it ticks higher than this. I think this is a trade, but I'm not taking it. Almost 5 points already. My concern is the SMA. That's already gone. Yeah, that's gone my profit target. Yeah. So that's like the trade I took yesterday. Same setup. I guess there actually was plenty of room to the SMA. It's just, man, when the ATR is this high, 87 ticks, it's deceiving. But yeah, that's the trade setup I like lately. All right, I gotta go get my daughter. So that's the first setup I've seen that I'd even consider all day so far. But go get her up, get her started. I think it'll be 15 or 20 minutes, and I should be back. I'm gonna turn this off for a second. Turn my accounts off so nothing weird happens while I'm away. All right, so it's on sim. So I like to leave it this way. That way, if somehow, like people say, people get triggered into trades that they didn't enter, if it ever happens to me, it'll be recorded and it'll show I'm on sim. So there's no way that should happen. All right, I'll be back in 15 to 20 minutes, hopefully. All right. That took much longer than I was expecting, as usual. Just turn my accounts back on. GameStop is going to shit, down $1.42 today, 5%. Not what I wanted to see. All right, so account 11 activated, and we'll copy to 12. All right, so what did I miss? I was talking about potentially rejecting from here, and what it do? It just did exactly what I was considering. Even though this long would have worked, it still got rejected by the 50 SMA. So, in a sense, I was right to stay out of that. I mean, I can't really take it anyways because I had to stop trading right then. But would have worked, but at the same, in the same way, this is exactly the trade I took yesterday and the trade I've been taking lately that's been working. Strong push through the middle Bollinger, set me up with a either second entry long or a failed second entry short, go in the same direction. Look here, it's the same thing. Strong push through the middle. First entry short, second entry short, failure at the midline, works again there. So 2 of the same trades today, both would have worked. So where are we on the daily? All right, so we're down to where I thought we might get to. I didn't care about either one of these levels on the 60. So I guess I need to go even further back to get more levels on the 60. It doesn't matter. I don't need it today. That's the 5 minute. I mean, there's an argument to be made that I could do it this way. This is why I hate trend channels. That's why you won't see me drawing them on the chart that I trade off of. Right, the ATR is still extremely high at 75 ticks. These bars are much bigger than what they appear to be. This is a 108 tick bar. Potential target there. Just continuing to make new lows. But we are, I mean, pretty extended at this point. So I would think that there would be a bottom around here, but we'll see. I mean, man, from the high we made just a few days ago to where we are now, 1,220 points down. I wish it gave me a percentage, this measuring tool. 1,220 points from the high, from the all-time high. Hey Gary, yeah, I just got back myself. I was just seeing your posts. So you're back to 16 PAs, that's good. Yeah, I was I was gone for a while, taking care of my daughter, getting her ready for school. So she just left with my wife off to school. And now I'm going to get back to seeing if I can find a trade. All right, Gary's going to grab lunch. Talk to you in a bit. Yeah, have a good lunch, Gary. I'm glad you're able to pass one of those and get back to 16. And I'm sure you'll be back to 20 before we even know it. Have a good lunch. All right, so here's another time where we're seeing a strong push through the midline of the Bollinger. So I wonder if I'll get one of those setups that I like. Because it's just like this one, strong push up. The first entry short, second entry short, the failure worked. So I'll be looking out for if something like that sets up. Makes sense that we could have found a potential bottom here. Perfect tag off this level. Right at the Bollingers, right at the trend, potential trend. So wouldn't be too shocking to think that this could be the bottom here. So hopefully it'll be like the last few days for me where I just can find a trade or two, maybe even later in the day. Lunch hour now. Okay, we got a first entry to the short side right now. So probably what I'd like, maybe I'll get something like a second entry long that's also a failed second entry short. Looking for long, but it's going to just depend how it sets up, if it sets up. It'd be great to get like a first entry long right here, and then for it to pull back. Give me a second entry short, and then for that to fail, be able to take a long. The thing I have to be a little bit concerned about is there's potential resistance right there. It'd be nice if it sets up above the 50 SMA there. So this is technically a second entry short on the engulfing. So let's see what happens here. I don't want it to get too high because I need room to this. I'd also like to not have an inside bar, which currently it is. Don't love that's an inside bar. It didn't set up how I wanted because it was an inside bar here, so I didn't go along there, but maybe it's gonna like double trap. Wait for the close of this. Doesn't look like it's going to trigger. All right. Not happening the way I wanted. Technically, the trigger was... Let me get rid of this. Huh. Not sure why that's staying there. Technically, the trigger was above here, but it was an inside bar. And I've got a new rule that I don't enter after the inside bar. So that's why I stayed out there, and it saved me. So that's twice I've seen that where an inside bar doesn't work on the setup. Don't know how I want to take it engulfing is the problem. I like the short, but too early in the bar to take it engulfing for me. I've lost a lot of times taking engulfing entries. Would have worked. You're noticing how this is backing up. It would have worked, but this is the reason why I don't try to enter engulfing in that situation, because it could not work and then just go right back up. Yeah, so that's trapping those shorts potentially. Kind of trapping both ways right now. It's not seeing setups for me right now. There's a potential one if this bar had been like this and then got triggered above it. But here, I don't know. I just think it's getting choppy. probably could have considered a short here, but I don't know. Wasn't feeling it. ATR is down a little bit, 69 ticks now. Really just no idea contextually what we're doing here. There's an argument to be made to think about 2 legs up. But if I can't do it, so I tried once, this is a second try. What's interesting about this is we closed above the 50, went under it, closed above it again. Now we've got another close above it for a third time. So did that up here before it rejected. Closed once up here before it got rejected. Now it's doing it again. It seems like it's going to go for that measured move I drew out. Trying to reject again. Triple test. Higher high though. Definitely seems like it's going to push to get up there. Getting a phone call. Be right back. All right. I actually got to go run for a minute here. My wife just called and let me know that my daughter forgot her lovey at home, and she's at school now. She usually has it there. Somehow she didn't realize it's not with her, which I can't believe she didn't realize it. But if she realizes at any point of the day that it's not there, or definitely by her nap time at school, then there's going to be a problem. So I got to take it, bring it to the school, and then come back. So I'm going to leave the stream running. And yeah, just one of those days. So it is what it is. That's what being a parent is, right? So I'm going to go take this to school. It's going to take me at least a half hour to get there and back. So I'll be back around 1 Eastern, maybe a little after. Just going to turn the screen off real quick and turn off my accounts. All right, so make sure copier's off. Okay. It's on sim. No trade can be taken here. Put this way so that no matter what the market does, it won't go off the screen. All right, so I'll be back in about a half hour, maybe a few minutes more than that, but be back soon. Okay, back again. Oh man. All right, let's turn my accounts back on, shall we? P11. And copier to 12. All right, where are we at now? So yeah, perfect bounce off that level. Put a buy order right there and just see what happens. 134 points. Is that right? Let's put a buy order down there. $148 points. Jeez. Okay. All right, so we're only down 87 points now. Let's see if I draw something what it looks like. So that seems pretty legit. Pretty legit. All right. I mean, I have no idea if I'm going to get a trade today. I'm not really sure. I mean, look, here we are back at the 200 SMA. I mean, these things seem to really come into play quite a bit. The 50 and the 200. I've never traded with these on my charts before until, what was it, last week? The end of last week, I think I put them on. But look at that. Perfect rejection right off of it. So definitely like to have those on the chart. But I really don't have a very solid idea of what's going on here. We did more than that. It's kind of like 3 legs down, really. If I just measure from here to here to there is more than that too. And we've got more than 2 legs up, but if I measure from here as if it's 1 leg, it gets you all the way back to the previous day close. So there's like an outside chance of that, but for some reason I tend to think, I don't know, this could become a really bullish bar and set up a second entry long on the daily chart right at the trend line and off of a double support here. Anything's possible. So curiosity, where is that trend line again? So it closed outside of it. So if that was correct, you expect a new high of this. One more test. Down to the 50. Is that going to be some sort of support? I didn't even see this. This might be, yeah, look at this. New high. First entry long. Couldn't even see it. Second entry long above this candle. How far has it gone so far? Didn't even recognize it. So maybe a higher low. I'd consider a higher low. Hey Gary. Gary say, I don't know when you wrote this, if this has been here for a while or what, but seeing anything I like is the question. No, I mean, I just got back. I got back when it was like right here. And I've been away since like 9:30. So I missed all of this price action. Just not really sure what to think of where the market's planning on going from here. Just don't really have a good read. Yeah. We're getting rejected off the midline of the Bollinger here, which lines up with that 200 and 60-minute. Had to close outside the Bollinger here, but it's just a first entry on there. I don't know. I mean, it's feeling somewhat bearish, but wouldn't be surprised if we got back to the previous day close. Is there some sort of level here? Oh, I didn't even recognize that. There's a level there. It's too late. If I'd recognize that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really see an entry for me. Oh, give me a setup. Let's move all the way back up here. Didn't really recognize the potential for an entry right here. Wasn't the best, wasn't the worst. Still have a target up here. This will now be 1 attempt, 2 attempts. Something about this measured move. Like, really? Why am I measuring it to here? It's lower here. I don't know, it's kind of funky. I'm gonna take that off. I don't want it to affect my bias. So we have first entry. Just not very clear to me right now. I gotta just chill until I see something very clear. See what happens here. All right, that resistance I'll hold. So maybe it's going to go up to where I was thinking. We do have the strong push through the midline of the Bollinger again. So maybe if it does give me some kind of failed second entry short, something maybe I can consider, depending. Just seen so many times it gets rejected by these SMAs. It closes above, and then it makes you think it's gonna keep pushing above, but then it comes back under. We do have a potential cross coming up. I don't know. Probably overthinking it, but it's also very sideways here. So there's a second entry short. So the question is, do I like along don't think I like it engulfing. Let's see. Huge bar. Oh. Break even. I might try to re-enter if it looks like it's going to push. Ah, twice. Oh, I got slippage. Am I being too scared? Trying to lock in as much as I can. All right. It's all just one trade, but being a little too scared there. I just didn't like how it was like stacked up, so took a bit of extra work. What did I get? 6 points minus whatever ticks I lost. So 6 points, 24 ticks. Probably like 23 ticks or 22 ticks, I guess. I should have just held it, right? I was a little nervous on that one, I'll admit it. Moving up my stop. It was just because it's such a big bar. I mean, to put my stop all the way under there, 84 ticks, 85 ticks. So I just wanted to make sure that if it did go against me, I'd rather have a break even than a loss, but definitely, you know, my original read was this measured move up to the previous day close. So if I was really confident in that, I could have held, but I just wasn't confident in that, so I'll take my small win and be happy. All right, so trade one. Clearly could have got more. Left a lot on the table. I'm glad I got back in though. I mean, what was it? 3 times I tried to be in and out of this trade. So what did I say? Plus 23 ticks probably, something like that. Because it was, by the time I entered and exited, the last time it was 6 points, but minus, probably minus a point or two. So let's update the stats. 74, 3-0 for the week, and 1-0. Now I was in and out of that a couple times, but that was all just one trade. All right, so if we wonder how much more I really could have gotten, if it didn't touch my stop where it did, and it just kept going, I would have started trailing the candles. So instead of being out there, I would have been out here. So an extra 2.5 points, basically all the more I could have gotten. So not too bad. I'll take it. Again, this is very much the trade that I've been taking lately. That's been working for me. And it's the one I missed earlier today. And then there was one when I was gone that I missed again here and here. So to me, that's going to become my signature trade as I move forward, working with the Bollingers. It's also nice it bounced right off the 200 SMA. So I like that in combination with liking the setup for what it is. When I talk about pushing through the midline of the Bollinger, and now it's selling off. So yeah. I forgot to update my days traded. So yeah, I'm going super slow, but that's the 21st day traded on that account. That's the 15th day traded on that account. And hey, back over starting balance on account 12. So that's cool. And since I am struggling to find trades, but also I'm still building confidence, I'm going to switch accounts. I'm going to go to 13 and 14 if I get another trade. That way I have this $225 locked in. So let's turn off the screen for a second. I'll just switch accounts. So my leader will be account 13. And if I can, I'll copy it to 14. So that'd be nice if I could get a trade on 4 accounts in a single day. And so now all my accounts are in profit, barely. 12 and 13, barely. And I'm by about 1,600, almost 1,700 away from a payout on the account 11. Whatever, I'm just going to go slow. I'm not going to think about it. What I'm doing right now has been working. When I take a trade, it's been working, even though I was being a little scared entering this trade. And so obviously, because I changed my accounts, you can't see the marks of the entry anymore. Entries. Entries and exits. But yeah, I wasn't really convinced it was going to go for a big move. Like that measured move was kind of insinuating, because the measured move wasn't clean. There's a lower low over here. So really if I'm going to measure from down here, I should be measuring to here. And I don't know, I just not really sure I buy that, especially because if I try to draw the trend line from here, maybe it does make sense actually now that I'm looking at this, because the break, this is all one one leg in the trend. Break is here. But I don't trust that. I don't believe it. That's why I'm not drawing those. All right, so potentially setting up another second entry short here, but as I just drew, we now have a new high off of this that was in the trend. So I'm not convinced that we need another new high. Good setting up, not bad. Right off the 200 again, or actually the 200 has been crossed by the 50. I haven't seen this happen too much since I've started having these SMAs. This is probably a good trade. I don't know. Is it a good trade? Second entry long? With the cross? Probably is, right? This is a new observation for me. I haven't had a second entry right at a cross. Yeah, that would have been a good trade. It's just the first time I'm seeing it with SMAs on the, wow. That would have been a great trade. See, this is another reason why I don't like drawing these trend channel things that people draw. Is you draw this and you say, oh, well, you got the break and a new high already. Right? Break here, new high. So to take a second entry here, not expecting a new high anymore is kind of foolish. But if you're not drawing that and you've got the SMAs and you've got the cross, you're at the bottom of the Bollinger, you got a second entry, there's kind of a lot more reasons to say, yeah, that's a good trade to take. So I got to remember that for future times. The bar wasn't that big, was it? 49 ticks. Not huge, not small. Well, I'll be remembering that. The other thing too is it was a strong push through the midline of the Bollinger again, so I'm not so confident taking second entry longs into that sort of situation in addition to everything else I said. So this trade I liked. This trade was like, what did I do? I guess technically you have a new high already, but this trade was exactly the thing I look for now. Strong push through the midline of the Bollinger. Second entry short that fails. It was also right off the 200. Make a significant new high. That one was textbook for that particular setup that I've been liking lately. This one, I think the cross is what makes it good. The 50 crossing the 200 at the bottom Bollinger with two touches of the bottom Bollinger. So there's reasons. I'll remember it next time. There's also, I don't like taking a lot of trades right next to each other. I prefer when they're spread out. So that would have been a pretty quick second trade right after the first one. By the time I got out of it to when I would have been entering 8 minutes later, I don't know. I could have taken it. I'm not going to beat myself up over it. I just, these SMAs are so new to me. I don't really know what I think about how valid to take trades off of them are yet. I really wouldn't be surprised if it slips back down underneath, but I probably am supposed to be looking for a higher low, but I'm a little bit sketched out by the way this pushed through the Bollinger here. And now it's like a failure of the second entry long at the mid. Let's see what happens here, if this holds again or not. It's looking like it's rolling over though. We're not at the bottom Bollinger here. See, these are the situations again that I'm not sure of because the SMAs are so new to me. A higher low right off the 50 after a cross. Is that something I can trust? I got to watch them and see if it does turn into a solid higher low signal bar. It's going to be going right into the midline right after we just got rejected right there. So I got to observe these before I'm even going to consider them. Doesn't look like it's going to set up anyway. Very doji. Not a trade I'm going to take. It is higher low, but I'm not going to take that. It does seem like the cross is important though, right? Even on a 1 minute chart. It's definitely, price is definitely reacting to it. I haven't seen this scenario really, maybe one other time. So I just don't have enough experience with SMAs yet. And particularly these, I mean, I used to use an EMA, but now using a 200 and a 50 together, it's brand new for me. So I just got to keep observing those. But yeah, clearly, even a doji higher low was strong off that level. And the other thing, it's like, let's see. So pretty consistent for a bottom of a range right there. Now we're looking at new low here, first entry short, potential second entry short setting up. Bollingers are starting to squeeze. We are also getting lower highs now. So not prepared to take a short because we're going right into this potential support. Probably not looking for a long either. Could be a failure here, but Just not prepared to go short into this support level and the SMA. Not prepared to go long either. So it's just a wait and see situation for me. It's also a new high here, first entry, second entry long. It's also first entry, second entry short. Failure could turn into, it's too convoluted. You could make up an entry in every direction. Support seems to be holding, but so there's another touch of the, that's 3 touches on the bottom Bollinger here. I guess I'd be leaning more long, but just don't trust it. The middle Bollinger seems to be holding price after it closed above, held it here, holding here, lower high, no room. Gotta chill. I swear I wouldn't be surprised if this is trapping shorts and it pops up. A little shy of the measured move. Yeah, I really won't be surprised if it comes all the way back up here. But I don't have a setup to take it. Kind of has like a failed breakout. We'll see though. The way this didn't just take off right now, I would have thought when it got above here it would just go. Now we got a new low here, first entry, second entry. If this fails above here, I might take that. Doesn't look like it's gonna happen that way. All right, so I just gotta chill. I'm gonna take this off. Not very helpful at this point. it's not happening the way I thought it would either. But if it gets above here, it might go. I'm not betting on it. I'm just staying out. I really thought when it came here on this bar, it would just go. So let's see what happens here. Oh, shoot, you know what? I just realized too, I gotta feed the dogs and take them out. This is probably a perfect time to do that before I do something stupid. So I'll probably just trade a little bit late today, considering all the breaks in trading I've had to have today. Go feed the dogs, take a break, not get sucked into something here. I really think this is going up. But yeah, resist the urge, the temptation. There it goes. All right, so maybe I wasn't wrong. Okay. There it goes. All right, so I had the right idea. I thought it was going to happen right away right here. Another fake out of the shorts, and then it went. So this was just all about trapping shorts in that moment. That's what it looks like to me. But yeah, I'm going to go feed the dogs, take them out. Too many breaks today, but it is what it is. Let me turn off my accounts again. All right, so here we are back on the sim account. Got this push up that I was kind of expecting. Didn't happen quite the way I was thinking. Better to stay out than make a stupid mistake. And I gotta feed the dogs and take them out, so I'll be back. Let's put this back on here. Probably another 15, 20 minutes, so 11:05 Pacific. Something like that. Be back soon. All right, I feel like I've said it a bunch of times today, but I'm back again. Oh, man. All right, let's put the account back on. So I was going to do 13 as the leader and 14 as a follower. We'll see if we can get another trade. And this eventually did get to that measured move and another leg down. This did trap right before I left, which was what I was waiting for, but didn't set up in a way I could take it. And then we've got another 2 legs down, it looks like. Just about. So at this point, it's kind of rangy, but it's just very uneven. Haven't checked the 2-minute in quite some time. I don't think that's any more helpful to me. 5-minute. Yeah, I mean, we had this thing down, so you'd think maybe we'd retest the lows possibly. Also got a first entry. This is a second entry long. Not set up I could take, and it's on the 5-minute. Here we had the second entry short. Now it's looking like it's trying to fail. It still has plenty of time. -minute, and the daily is just still right here, potentially closing. Well, still 2.5 hours before this candle closes, but we're right at the trend line currently. Right, so nothing's really helping me in terms of seeing this better. Take this off. I'd say we have 2 clear legs down, 2 pretty clear legs up, another 2 clear legs down. So your guess is as good as mine. I don't know where we go next, but I'm just going to do what I've been doing. It seems to be working for me, even though it's resulting in very few trades. The trades I'm taking are seemingly mostly working. So I'm going to just stick with it. So new low here. This is a second entry short going right into that 50, or actually 200 SMA again. Engulfing. I'm not going to take engulfing, and it's going to be way too big and low to enter it down here at the close of the bar. So interestingly, this is a strong push through the middle Bollinger again. So maybe I can consider a failure, except it's probably going to end up going right into the 200 if it sets up, or it's just going to keep going down. But if it sets up, we already have a new high of that trend line I drew. It can be right in the middle. It's a different situation. The Bollingers are very sideways right now. It's not like, and there's kind of like an upward. Yeah. I don't think this is the right setup for what I look for. It's not like this one. Especially if it's underneath the 200 SMA. I'm not going to take that, whether it works or not. It's very sideways, but I've seen how it plays resistance, you get above it, it plays support for a while, you get under it, plays resistance again, try to break through. All right, the setup's not good for it anyway. All right, so the second entry short was good, obviously. I think the thing that makes sense is we're going to retest the lows. I don't want to be too focused on this. If I did this, seems to be sort of a thing too. First entry, second entry failure. That's on the 5 minute. It doesn't look legit. I'm just going to take this off. I don't think that helps me. Probably give it another 15-20 minutes and then call it a day. But yeah, just nothing looking too good to me. A new high here. It's first entry, second entry long. But this is just starting to look pretty choppy. We've kind of, we had some strong closes above the 200 and the 50 up here. Now we've gone below the 200. We tried to close above again, couldn't. Makes me think that we're starting to drop off and the 50 is going to end up crossing back below the 200. But whether this is where I'm going to take a failure, I don't know. There's definitely a level of support here. So there's 5 points under there if it were to trigger, but I wouldn't be looking for a short. And look at this. It's going long. So I'm just clearly not in sync with whatever the market's trying to do at the moment. Brandon. First time here, Brandon says, have you requested payout on PA 11 and 12? No. I have not actually received any payouts to date. I'm very open about that. I've gotten no payouts. I'm on a mission to my first payout ever, but it hasn't happened yet. So PA 11, yeah, you can see is up $938. Got to get to 2,600 to request a payout. Been working on it a long time, 21 days. As you can see, I'm going slowly. I think the highest the balance was on this account was like 1,600. And then I ran into a loss or two, something like that, and it went backwards. So I'm trying to build it back up slowly. And just trading one contract at a time right now, trying to build back up some confidence. And as well as account 12 was below, had the same loss or same losses. So this went below starting balance, and I'm just trying to build it back up again. So nope, unfortunately, no payouts for me. Trying to figure out how to become consistent enough to actually pull that off. What kind of trader are you, Brandon? What's your style? I wish I could say I had payouts, man. I've been at this a long time. I've been really close to payouts so many times, like more than I can count on one hand. I've been within like a couple $100 of a payout. As you can see, I've got 15 PAs at this point. In my first 10 PAs, I was probably within a couple $100 of a payout at least, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 times, maybe more. And somehow managed to blow those counts every time I got that close. It's like a huge roadblock. Every time I've been close, it's just like, I don't know, I crumble under the pressure, I guess, which is really annoying. Brandon says, right on, keep going. I have 5 Apex at 51, 454. Don't think I'll make it by Friday, but we'll see. Man, Brandon, good luck. All I'll tell you is I've let the pressure of the payout windows get to me. It's like when I've been close, I'm like so close to payout, like I've said, within a couple $100. Like literally it was like one more trade, the way I was trading at the time with my profit targets, one more trade and I would have qualified for a payout. And I think one of the problems I had was the payout window, right? The payout window is like, oh, I only have 1 or 2 days left. I've got to do it. I want to get the payout right now in this payout window. And took, I think the pressure made me take more questionable trades or trades that I wasn't as confident in, or, really just kind of pushed when I didn't really need to push yet. And I think I forced trades right there down at the wire, and it caused me to then go on tilt streaks and blow up accounts. So What does Brandon say here? Brandon says, I have 8 PAs total right now. This is the highest my PAs have been. Great job, Brandon. Just to finish my thought, the only advice I'll give, and I never give like trading advice or do this or do that, but really, the only advice I give, and I'm trying to tell myself this, is forget the payout windows. Don't even think about the payout windows. Just let it happen organically. Trade your system, trade your setups without any thought about trying to get it done in a certain time window, because from my own experience, that's been the demise of my accounts, and I don't want to see it happen to you. So that would be my biggest recommendation is just focus on the process, focus on your setups, take the trades you know to take that you're doing well with, and then you'll get the payout. You'll get it. If it's the next payout window or this payout window, you'll get it, but don't force anything. Brandon says, me too. The pressure is real. It helps me to think of long-term base hits every day. Exactly. Yeah, Brandon, I'm with you. Like if you can keep that kind of mentality and focus, I think you'll get there and you'll be fine. But it's definitely been my Achilles heel. I'm telling you, out of those first 10 PAs, probably at least half of them, I'd say at least half of them were within a trade or two of a payout, and then probably half of those so of the 5, half of those accounts were within payout multiple times, and just like right there, and I just fucked up, man. It's so frustrating. But I'm with you. How long have you been at it? How long have you been trading on Apex? I'll tell you, I've been trading on Apex for just over a year. Oh, 2 months. You're doing great for 2 months in. I've been trading on Apex for just over a year. Um, I started, I think it was the beginning of May, the very end of April or the very beginning of May of 2023. And if you had told me back then that I would have gone through and blown 10 PAs and not had a single payout, I would have not believed anybody. I would have fought you if you told me that I wouldn't have a payout out of my first 10 PAs. So you're doing great. I mean, you're more than halfway there. And you're 2 months in. So I'd say just keep doing what you're doing. Focus on what's working, learn from your mistakes. Don't let, the whole thing with prop firms is they have all these extra advantages to end up, keeping your money and not having to pay you out. And don't let their advantage be the reason why you don't get a payout. That's my biggest thing at this point. That's what I've learned along the way. They have these payout windows for a reason. They count on us messing up because of the extra pressure, because of having to do it within a certain time period. And they count on us blowing up the accounts before we can qualify for the payout. So I think you're doing great 2 months in. Do you have a trading strategy, or do you just trade by feel? Is it like discretionary trading, or do you have like a strategy that you've picked up from YouTube or elsewhere? What's your thing? I'm curious. I'll say for me, I was trading when I first started trading on Apex. I was trading on the ES, and I was trading a system called PATS, Price Action Trading System, that I found on YouTube. And I had been trading that for a couple of years already before I started trading on Apex on my own live personal account. And I was really committed to that, and it didn't get me where I needed to get to. Like I'd do okay, and then I would just hit a brick wall and blow up and go on tilt streaks, and so it's like no matter how dedicated I was, I just wasn't able to like make it a successful strategy. Then I started this YouTube channel back in September last year, And I was trying a strategy that I just came up with myself based on some indicators that I hadn't seen anyone else trying. I did great with it for like 2 months. I was really close to payouts, and then I blew up all my accounts like right before Christmas. Blew up 5 accounts, and blew up my live account too. And then the start of this year, I started trading on NQ. So NQ is new to me as of 2024. So this is my 7th month on NQ, and really started changing things up as of January, starting with NQ and then changing a bunch of other stuff. And so now I'm really just only, less than 2 months in, I think, of having these Bollinger Bands on my chart. And I switched from using tick charts to using 1-minute charts to trade off of. And so what I'm doing now is relatively pretty new for me, and I think I'm doing all right. So as you can see, I have my stats here. So you can see my stats for the whole year, 77%, which is decent, but it's still not good enough for payouts yet. So, but I think I'm on the right track now. I think what I'm doing is starting to work, and I'm starting to find better consistency than maybe the 77% shows. Made a lot of changes, so I'm hoping this time around with this set of 5 accounts, I can finally get there. Let's see, Brandon says, learning how to trade since last December. I'm on the charts 8 hours a day or more. I really like the 9 and 20 EMA. Try to only sell if it's under VWAP or buy above VWAP. Yeah, cool. And do you use support levels, or do you use bars as like signal bars? How do you manage kind of like where you put your stop? Do you use a stop? I have a lot of questions. I'm always very curious what other people are up to. I think the biggest thing is to, just keep doing what you're doing. It sounds like you're dedicated, you're putting the time and effort in. And that's what it takes. I mean, look, I'm 3 years in futures and I haven't figured out how to be profitable yet. So, you've been trading for not too long, and it seems like you've got a good start at this. So Brennan says, yes, supports and resistance, also order blocks. Cool. Yeah, so you're mixing up a lot of different things. I think that's good. I think it's like my take on things lately is like, take from other people what you find works for you. And if something's not working for you, even if it works for someone else, just throw it out, and keep putting things together as a package for what you find works for you. And because I used to think like, I used to think, I can just emanate, or what's the word? Is that emanate? Is that the word I'm looking for? I used to think I could just take someone else's strategy and make it my own and just trade like I see someone else trade. If it works for them, it can work for me. And then over a long period of time, and I'm very committed too. So when I try to when I see something working, I'm like, I just need to put more time and effort into it. But what I found is like, just because something works a certain way for somebody else doesn't mean it's going to exactly work that way for me. So I just found that, take things that work and then throw out the things that don't work. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. So kind of slowly coming up with my own organic style, I think. It's really slowed me down again lately. Like there's been like ebbs and flows to my trading. There's been like times where I only get like 1 trade a day, which is kind of back where I've been the last couple of weeks. All of a sudden I'm back to like 1 trade a day kind of thing. There was a time where I was getting like 3 to 5 trades a day. So I'm just kind of finding my groove again. But yeah, Brandon says that's the best, whatever is best mentally. Yeah. And I think you just hit the nail on the head too. Exactly. It's like whatever strategy we use, it all comes down to our psychology, our mental game. I think that's like a huge part of it. I think when I first started trading futures, I really thought it was just all about the strategy. I probably thought it was like 90% strategy and 10% mental. And what I found over the extensive time I've been at this is it's probably flipped on its head, exactly opposite of what I originally thought. I think it's probably 90% mental and 10% strategy, because you got to have the endurance, you got to have the fortitude to hold trades. You got to, you got to be able to trust yourself. You got to have confidence. But you also got to know when to give it up, when to take a loss. You got to be able to take a loss and handle it well and not go on tilt, blow up accounts, So there's just so many aspects to it. And I think it's just a constant battle and struggle. Like, for me anyway, so far, I don't feel like I've ever gotten to the point where it's like, okay, now I'm clicking on all cylinders. I think at times my mental game has been really, really strong, my discipline, my patience, but my strategy wasn't really quite working out. And that's for multiple reasons. Like, sometimes the strategy doesn't work out because the risk reward just isn't working out. I think that was a big part of my problem for a long time. Now I think my risk reward is getting better. There's so many dynamics, so I'm just trying to find the point where I feel like my risk reward is good, my strategy is good, my willingness to take a loss versus, stay in the trade. Like, sometimes it's better to take a small loss than take a full loss, or maybe it's sometimes better to take a break even than a full loss. There was a long time where I wasn't willing to take a break even. It was like win or lose. That was like the two options. So I think there's just so many different areas we can modify or dial in what we're doing and just make, sometimes it's like all these little teeny adjustments in what we're already doing will be the difference in getting us to profit. So yeah, man, I'm happy to have you here. I hope you'll like and subscribe and keep coming by. I appreciate the comments, and it's nice to get people in here that like to comment and be interactive. So welcome, and feel free to come by anytime. Hope you'll like and subscribe. My channel is really just all about just following what I'm doing in terms of like seeing when I'm having success, see when I'm failing. I show all my trades. I keep track of my stats, and I show all my accounts. I showed my balances. I showed my P&L. I never hide anything. I never delete anything. If I take a trade, it's on stream. I think there was like one time all year this year where I didn't take a trade on stream. It was I was recording a review session, and right when I finished my review session, I just happened to see a trade setting up, and I couldn't resist taking it. I think that's the one time I took a trade where it wasn't recorded or on stream. But yeah, I'm just showing it all here, just showing a regular guy trying to figure out how to trade and trying to figure out how to become profitable and successful. And hopefully I find like-minded people that are trying to figure it out for themselves too, and willing to come in here and share what's working for you. I think it's cool. The only thing I ask people when they come in here is to not try to act like they know what the market's going to do next, because none of us know. We all have our ideas and thoughts, and that's cool. But I had one guy came in here, and he's just like, this is going to happen next. This is going to happen next. And literally every time he was wrong, and then he would try to take credit for it when he was right. And it's just like, come on, man, you're stupid. So that's the only thing. I think we have our edge. We have our, we can build in a bias to what we think is going to happen next. And there's kind of like a probability to being right or wrong. But the market could do anything at any time. Nothing is certain. And I think I've gotten better as I figured that out too. It's like, just because I have reasons to believe that so-and-so is going to happen next, could be wrong at any, even if I'm 95% right, there's going to be a 5% time I'm wrong, even if I'm not good, right? So, but yeah, feel free to come by, share your thoughts. Let me know when you're winning trades, when things are working, or if you see something that gives you an idea of what you're trying to look for. I'm down with it. Probably going to wrap up pretty soon here. Today was kind of a weird day. I guess I could talk about it now, because maybe I'm gonna stop trading here pretty soon. Here, it's getting late. Usually I start trading around 15 or so minutes after the New York Open, sometimes 30 minutes after. Oh, here's Brandon. Let's see what he says. One more thing about strategy. I've noticed more times than not, if price is under 9 and 20 on the 2-minute chart, 1 minute can be choppy. When they cross, it's normally good for 10 points, especially when other things line up. Yeah, I appreciate that. This is brand new for me. I have the 2-minute right here, and I don't have the same EMAs that you have. This brand new for me. I used to use the 21 EMA, and I gave it up just recently when I put the Bollinger Bands on my chart. So I have 2 sets of Bollinger Bands. The brown Bollinger Bands are the 2 deviation, standard 2 deviation, and the blue ones on the outside are standard 3 deviation. So when and Brandon says that setup for him seems to be good for about $200, I assume on one contract, right? So I threw away my 21 EMA when I did that with the Bollingers. And then something I just threw on last week, just checking it out, is I threw on a 200 SMA, which is this kind of pink line here. And I threw on the green 50 SMA. So I'm just watching those and checking it out. So that's kind of what I'm trying. But if I find this isn't working for me, maybe at some point I'll try out your suggestion and throw on the 9 and 20 and see if I like it. I'm not really trading off the 2-minute. I kind of threw it on just to kind of track it for a little while and see if I like it. So I've been kind of like taking a look at it every now and again, but not really trading off of it. I am trading off the 1 minute. I agree the 1 minute can be choppier, but the thing that I like about the 1 minute is I use signal bars, and I basically use signal bars as my risk. So like as an example, if I'm trading a long, I use pivots. So I might trade long, I might enter right over this bar, and then I'll put my stop under the bottom of the wick. So the length of the bar is basically my risk. So 49 ticks in this case. So I'd be risking 255 points, or not $255 on one contract on this particular example. And I generally am going for 26 ticks. So it tends to keep me in the neighborhood of 2 to 1. Brandon says he likes the 1 minute chart too. He has both. So so just because of the way I'm trading using signal bars in general, the risk tends to be smaller in the 1 minute than the 2 minute. Here the ATR on the 1 minute is currently about 62 ticks, and on the 2 minute we're closer to 90 ticks, 89 ticks. So for that one reason alone is why I'm currently trying to trade just off the 1 minute. I also, I have the 5 minute, I have a 15 minute, I have a 60 minute. So I'm kind of following those all too, and that's all new for me. I didn't used to do that. So it's new for me as of the last week, and then I'm always keeping my eye on the daily chart as well, just to see where we are in the bigger picture of things. Here, I'm just going to turn off my screen real quick. I might as well do this now. Just do a quick review at the end of the day here of my trade that I took. So let me turn back on the account that I traded with, so you'll be able to see here. All right, so here's what my setup for today was. I only got the one trade. I missed a lot of today. I started back here maybe around just before 6. Yeah, I think it was around 7 I started, and we were inside what looked like a range at that time, and just didn't see anything I was liking, honestly. And then so basically, started around here, didn't see anything I really liked. We dropped out the bottom, and then around 8 o'clock my time, I'm on the West Coast, 8 Pacific, I had to go get my daughter up and ready for school. And so I missed about a half hour, 40 minutes, something like that. So I missed all of this big move down. And then I came back, and I was here for like, I don't know, a half hour or something like that. And somewhere around here, my wife called me and told me that my daughter's 3. She forgot to bring her Lovey to school. So I had to go bring her little bunny rabbit Lovey to school, so that she wouldn't freak out at nap time when it wasn't there. And so then I missed another half hour. So I missed from 9 my time to about a little after 9:30. And then I came back around here. So basically, starting at that point when I was back, didn't really see anything I liked all through this area. And then when we got to here, this is my new setup that I'm really loving right now. A strong push through the middle of the Bollinger. I've noticed this thing that happens. So if I get a strong push through the Bollinger, coming off the bottom Bollinger here, that's the standard 2 deviation, what I look for is a first attempt to go down and a second attempt to go down. And when it can't go down that second time, I call them entries. So first entry short, a second entry to try to short. When it fails and goes out the top, that's what I'm looking for to go long in this case. I also like measured moves. So at the time I had measured one leg up, and I was kind of thinking like 2 legs up, which could have been moved to here potentially. So at the time I was thinking, well, we might be going up here. And we failed to go down twice. It was right off of the 200 SMA that it finally crossed back over after being resistance. So it kind of, was resistance here, broke through it, tested it once, tested it twice. And so I liked it for the long. And it was a crazy one though, because I moved when it started going up, like this candle moved up, I moved my stop to break even. And it took me out of the trade. So then I tried to enter it again. I entered it again. I mean, you'll see all my entries here. So I entered it again, and then it came and stopped me out again. It gave me some slippage actually. And, but I still like the trade. So I was like, okay, well, if I see it going back up again, I'm going to get back in. So I got back in again. And then I was able to, get out. So got about 6 points on that trade. Brandon says, I like that. That's a good strategy with the Bollinger Bands. Yeah, so the Bollinger Bands, like I said, is super new to me. But this is just based off an observation. Usually what happens is like, quite often what happens is, when it goes through the Bollinger Band, it gets kind of caught up at the Bollinger Band. It comes back and kind of sticks around the middle. But in these times where it just kind of pushes right through it, I see these situations a lot. So I either look for new highs where there's a first attempt higher and a second attempt higher, and I'll take the second attempt to go higher. Or I'll look for these situations like the one I explained where it tries to go down once, tries to go down twice, and can't do it, and I'll take the long. So those are my 2 long setups essentially. Brandon says, why didn't you trade the 5 PAs and only 2 of them? Honestly, I'd say a couple reasons. First, I think I'm having confidence issues, if I'm being honest. So the pressure of a win or a loss across all 5 accounts, I think I'm just not handling the pressure well enough, is a big reason. The second biggest reason, I'd say it's on par with that reason, is because there's been so many issues, technical issues with Rhythmic and Apex lately. And really, honestly, I've been with Apex for a long time. So I've seen a lot of technical problems with Rhythmic over the year I've used them. And so I've just seen too many people lose their accounts because of a technical problem. And, they trade all their accounts at once, and then boom, it's not even their fault, and they lose the accounts. And then, a lot of times Apex is nice and they reset accounts, and that's great when a large number of people have those problems. They've been good about resetting accounts. But I've also seen so many times where they're like, no, it's an isolated event, or no, we don't have any records showing that this is a widespread issue, and they don't reset the account. And so I'm just not willing to like risk all of my accounts on any single trade, whether it be an error of my own or a technical error like that. It's just too much risk. It would make me crazy if I were to lose all of my accounts based on something that wasn't even my fault. Brandon says, oh, I see, I'm the same way sometimes. Yeah, so I think between those 2 reasons are the main reason. And I just decided, I decided when I got these 11, the accounts 11 through 15. So this batch of 5 accounts, because I've been doing it at batches of 5 at a time. I got my first 5 PAs within the first 2 months of me trading, trading them separately, actually, all of them separately. And then traded those 5. I told you the story already. Got so close to payouts multiple times, ended up blowing them all up. Did the next 5, same story, so close to payouts multiple times, ended up blowing them all up. And so this time, I've been going back and forth with like more contracts, less contracts. This time, I'm just going to trade 1 contract, and I'm going to trade 2 accounts at a time. And basically, what I do, my plan here was, I got the 1 trade on these 2 accounts. So I was looking actually for another trade for these 2 accounts. I was going to trade these 2 next. And if I got another trade for those, then I would trade this one by itself probably after that. And then doing that, it's just like, I figure I'm locking in the profit, right? So once I get a trade on these 2 accounts, if I don't trade it again, I can't lose it back. So then I'll go to these 2 accounts and win or lose, hopefully a win, move on to the next account. And that way it just locks it in, right? Just going slowly. That's just how I'm handling it for now. It's for a multiple of reasons, but I think the biggest reasons is I think the market's just been a little bit harder lately, the last couple of weeks with all-time highs. And my confidence has been a little bit shaken. I've made a lot of changes with what indicators I'm using. So I'm kind of still learning my strategy for how I want to deal with these. Especially the SMAs are so new. Literally, I think today's probably 1 week since I put them on the chart. So I just want to make sure that when I take trades, like right now, I'm really respecting these SMAs. So I'm not taking trades into them. I'll take trades off of them, but not into them. And so I'm just kind of like learning what my rules are, and I just don't want to make any big mistakes with these accounts. So I've lowered the risk one contract at a time. I think I'm so far trading 2 accounts at a time with 1 contract doesn't feel like pressure to me. So I think that's good. I'm in a good, comfortable space. When I was trying to trade 2 contracts at a time, with the way the size of these bars are, one loss could be $500, $700, $800. So that's like a quarter. It could be anywhere from a fifth to a quarter of my drawdown. So just decided that was too much of my drawdown. So I think two accounts with 1 contract is kind of feeling comfortable for me right now. So I'm just doing that. Anyway, I just said a whole lot based on that question. But yeah, I appreciate the question. Just finding comfort zone, finding where I can like comfortably take trades. The other thing, the third reason, the green is a 50 SMA. And this kind of pinkish one is a 200. So just testing it out. I'd say the third reason also, not trading all of the accounts at the same time. What was I going to say is, yeah, Brent says, okay, got it. What was I going to say? I forgot. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate the questions. And what was I going to say? The third reason I don't trade them all at the same time. I don't know. I think you get it. It's just being comfortable, being in a space where I don't feel pressure on my trades. Here's what I was going to say. I think it just takes the pressure off in terms of like actually executing the trades. Sometimes I get a little bit too in my head, kind of analysis paralysis or whatever you want to call it. And so sometimes I don't take trades I should take, probably like this one right here. I should have taken along. I was ready to take it. It was like 8 minutes after I took this trade, and I just was too in my head and skipped it. And I think when I was taking trades on more than 2 accounts or taking more than 1 contract on the accounts, the added pressure was keeping me out of even more trades. So maybe it would have kept me out of this trade too. Because honestly, this trade in hindsight looks better, even better to me than this trade did in real time. But it's funny how our minds play tricks on us. So anyway, so yeah, that was like a really good setup for me here. I think this was a good setup for me for a long here. I skipped it. I probably should have taken it. There was actually another one here. This is also another example of a trade I probably should have taken. Now, I don't remember. I might not have been back yet, or maybe I got back right when it was happening. I forget exactly. You could go back in my live stream and see. Because I went and got my daughter up and ready for school. I might have just gotten back around here. I forget exactly, but there was a strong push up. This is the exact same trade as this one. Lower band, strong push up through the middle band, 2 attempts to go lower, go long. And this was exactly the same setup already happened here, which gave me more confidence actually. By the time I saw this and I had recognized that this already happened, lower band, strong push up through the middle, no hesitation in the middle of the band, pushed up, tried to go lower once, and then engulf, tried to go lower twice. And then, is this the one? Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's this one. This is the one. Yeah. This I wasn't here for. I was actually driving to my daughter's school during this. Strong push up off the lower band. Tried to go lower once. Tried to go lower once. Came up, engulfed, or tried to go lower twice here and along right off of this one. That's what I'd say. I don't know if that's big enough. But it's essentially the same exact trade as the one I took later, and it would have worked. Yeah, there's 22 points there. It doesn't look like 22 points, but there's actually 22 points there. So same exact setup. I'm really liking those setups, and I'll do the same setup for short too when I recognize it and see it if the conditions are correct. For whatever reason, it seems like every time I'm taking the setup, it's for the long. Maybe I'm recognizing the long better for whatever reason. In fact, here it is for short. We have a new high here. We're at the top Bollinger. Shot straight through it. No hesitation going through it. Tried to go higher once, tried to go higher twice, and failed. I mean, this one just meandered down, but when it basically ticked under this bar. Oh, this one's an inside bar. I have a rule. I won't take it on an inside bar, but in this case, I mean, it really worked all the way down here. Another 25 points. So Brandon says, I did the same thing. I missed 6 trades today because I was in my head. Yeah. All right. So you and I have some things in common. And I think, I think that's normal. I think a lot of us have that issue. And the only thing I'll say is like the biggest thing is not to let the idea of missing those trades, like this used to happen to me. I used to like get so frustrated with myself, like, oh man, like I could have been 6-0 today. I should have taken all those trades. I would have been up all this money. Like, what the fuck am I thinking? Why didn't I take those? I would get like super frustrated with myself. And then the next time I'd see a trade, I'd take it and boom, I get a loss, right? And so like that pressure I'd apply on myself of like, man, if I just took those trades, I need to just take them. The next time I see one, I'm just going to take it. And then that's when I lose. So I think I've finally gotten to the place where it's like, all right, I didn't take it, but I recognized it. And so now instead of like blaming myself or getting mad at myself that I didn't take the trade, now I'm giving myself credit for recognizing it and going, well, I recognized it. I could have taken it. For whatever reason, I decided not to take it, but I recognized it, and that's half the battle. And as I build confidence, hopefully I can start taking those trades, So that's kind of where I'm at with it on the mental side. Dog's barking at the mailman. So yeah, that's what I'd recommend for you is just, don't put the pressure on yourself. Don't do the blame game. Don't be hard on yourself. Give yourself credit for recognizing those trades. They worked. And as you get more and more comfortable, more confident, you'll start taking those trades and you'll get those wins too. All right, Brandon says, thanks for chatting. I have to scoot out of here. I'll catch you tomorrow morning at open. Good luck and keep grinding. Yeah, Brandon, thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. I always kind of program, or whatever you call it, schedule the next live stream. Usually I'm starting around 9:45 Eastern. Sometimes it's closer to 10 Eastern, something like that. So yeah, be on the lookout for that. And appreciate you coming by. I hope you'll like and subscribe. And yeah, feel free to come by. And I appreciate the talk, the chat. I feel like we could probably learn from each other, honestly. So have a good one. See you next time. Yeah, thanks. See you next time. All right. So yeah, I'm going to wrap it up too, actually. It's already 12 here on the West Coast. And so yeah, got my one trade for the day. And I'll wrap it up here. So anyone looking out for new evaluations, that 80% discount still going on until the end of the month. Plenty of time to do it. If you need it, you can use my code or anyone else's code that you want to use. And thanks for everyone, or well, there's only a few of you, but the few of you that have used my code, I appreciate it. And if you have someone else's code that you want to use, yeah, do that. I've got no issues with that. All I always say is just make sure you use a code, get the best discount that you can get. And what else? Yeah, 1-0 for the day, 3-0 for the week. So, you know, I'm on point for the week, and I've had some limited time to trade on some of these days. Really big chunks of time where I wasn't able to trade. So I'll give myself credit for being able to get the 3 I've gotten this week, and just slowly building and grinding and trying to build these accounts up. And at least they're all in the positive territory now. Hopefully I can keep things going in this direction, and you know, the payout will come hopefully when the payout comes, but I just got to stay focused on the process, stay focused on taking these good setups. Man, I wasn't watching, but rush through first entry short, second entry short here, failure, and it's going. I'm not sure I would have taken this one the way it's set up, but man, here's another example of it working. I'm telling you, this is a trade I'm really going to be focusing on. It might just become my signature trade because this thing seems to really be consistent and awesome. So I'm going to really be following that particular setup and pattern. It just really feels like it's something that's worked. The only time it hasn't worked for me is when I've taken it on a inside bar. That's the only time I've seen it not work so far that I've noticed. All right. So anyway, I think I've said it all. Be on the lookout for me tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, last day of the week. Can't believe it's going to be the last day of the week already. And man, we're already well into the middle of July. It's back half of July. So definitely putting pressure on myself to get to payout soon. But at the same time, I really got to focus on what I'm doing. I've made a lot of changes in terms of the charts, what I'm looking at. And I got to give myself some grace to recognize that it just takes time to build up confidence when you make so many of these little changes. It adds up. So, all right, I think I've said it all. I'm out of here. Hope you had a good trading day. And let's do it again tomorrow. And hope to see you again tomorrow, Brandon. And anyone else that wants to come by and come in the chat and say hi. And all I ask is for people that are trying to figure out how to trade just like me. There's a lot of us out here that are just regular people trying to figure out how to trade and make a little bit extra money and become profitable and successful at this thing. So I welcome all like-minded people to the chat. All right, I'm out of here.